So, good evening, students. Am I audible and visible?
Good evening,
Good
madam.
evening, madam. Yes, audible.
I think that I am audible and both, right? Audible and visible. So,
Yes, madam.
okay, thank you. So, together that nearly 16 members already joined, right? So, anyhow, actually, that I didn't share that. Today not with you, that I'm just searching is Google Meet, right? Google Meet is somewhat not familiar for me. Options. If it is possible to send it to you now, or otherwise I will sharing with you the PPT, right? With Hansani that you can download normally from the Zoom. If there's a Zoom link, actually that I can share with you, but here the teams think that they are not having the option of attaching files. Yes, still I'm unable to find out, right? Here CC, turn on captions, send a reaction, share screen, turn on, yes. Okay, so that anyway, that I'm going to discuss with you about the organizational behavior, right? I think that you will aware about the today session, right? Did you receive the course outline? So what are the things actually that we have to discuss on the organizational behaviors or not? Yes or no? Anyone can respond. Did you receive the course outline? Okay, very good morning to all of you. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, madam.
So, okay. Students, I think that no, ma'am. Yes, Tini?
No, madam.
No, the hurry. Summoning, okay, anyway, that I will inform to them that maybe you already should have the handout. That was student handbook, right? That we are sharing the course outline anyway. That under the organizational behavior, that we should have to focus about the individual behaviors. Group behavior and the organizational behavior, right? So then because under organizational behavior, the word itself give the meaning, organizational behavior. That how people behave within organization, right? So that we know that people means not only the individuals, right? Individuals, and that we get together as individuals, we can identify as the member of groups or the groups. Then that with the different organizational processes, that organizations have different processes like recruitment process, promotion process, training and development process. Then likewise different type of processes, that with different type of processes how we should have to work, right, to increase organizational efficiency, effectiveness and the productivity. So that that is the thing that we should have to learn, especially under the individual behaviors, that we should have focus about the what we call individual behaviors like learning behavior, personality, perception. So those things under the individual behavior. Under the group behavior, the group dynamics, teams, leadership, conflict. So those things that we have to discuss. So that anyway, I think that before starting the session, I didn't give the introduction about myself, as well as I didn't ask about anything about you also. I think that before starting that one, better if we get to know each other, even though it's remote learning or a distance learning. At distance learning, that I think that I'm teaching for you for the Vikramarati since, as I remember, since 2000, nearly 9-10 years, right? So then before my PhD also I already taught to you. And then I think that after 2 years already, that they already recruit the new group, or that they already start a new group. Anyway, that I'm attached to the University of Canada, right? University of Canada. That because you know that earlier your campus or the university already attached to University of Canada. At that time, that we are catering that Vikramarachi as affiliation institute. So now we already uh, separated as a separate university, right? Then from there onwards, that we are catering for your hospital management, the master's degree, and I already work as the former head of the department of the Department of Human Resource Management, and also that director Center for Distress and that means CDC, and also I already in my sabbatical I already taught the KDU and so on. That my name, I think that you already know about my name, because here appearing, right? I am Professor M.P.N. Janadari, right? That's about me. So then here I think nearly 18 or 20 students already joined. That can you introduce about yourself, please? If it is possible, please turn over video. So is there anyone from the program? Program making කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවද මෙතන?
ඔව් මැඩම්.
Coordinator කෙනෙක් හරි?
මැඩම් මං ඉන්නවා හංසනී.
හංසනීද?
ඔව් මැඩම්.
හංසනී introduce කරලා දෙනවද මොනවා හරි කරනවද?
මැඩම් පටන් ගන්න මැඩම්.
ඔන්න නේ හරි. Okay, I already started, right? So okay, that please. අයියෝ චුට්ටක් අඳුරලා දෙන්නකො කවුද කියලා අප්පා. කැමති නැද්ද ඔයගොල්ලෝ කවුද කියලා කියන්න මට?
Okay, I am Dr. Mallimarachi, Senior Medical Officer attached to Bandaranayak Ayurveda Institute, Research Institute in Navin.
Bandaranayak Ayurveda Research Institute in Navinda. Okay. Yes, Shamila.
Madam, I am Dr. Shivantika. Currently, I am working in Ayurveda National
madam.
Hospital, Borella.
I am Dr.
With
Shamila
Borella.
Yes,
from
madam.
East.
Yes, Shamila. Oh, Shamila Peter Apahenna Tugya.
Madam, I am from Eastern Province working in Kapatru Ayurveda base hospital, madam.
Okay. So I think that there are some students who cannot understand Sinhala, right?
Yes, madam. Madam, good afternoon. I am Dr. Manoraj. I am working as a medical officer in charge acting, Provincial Herbal Village and Siddha Rural Hospital, Kalmadanagar, Kilinochi.
Where?
Kalmadanagar, Kilinochi.
Okay, Manoraj.
I am Dr. Jayanti
Yes,
from
what
Point.
about the others?
Pitru. I am working at rural. I am JND from Point Pitru, Jeffna. I am working senior medical officer in Kodigamam Rural Siddha Hospital.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Kumudini, working as in charge of planning unit, Provincial Department of Indigenous Medicine, Northern Province.
Okay.
Madam, good evening. I'm Dr. Dilini Kumaraperuma. I'm Community Medical Officer at Madara.
So what about the others?
Good evening, madam. I am Dr. Apsara. I am working District Ayurveda Hospital, Molligoda, Vadu.
Molligada Vadu. Okay.
Hello, ma'am. I am Dr. Patinayaka from Bandaranaike Memorial Ayurveda Research Institute, Navinda Maharaga.
Okay.
Good evening, madam. I am
So,
Dr. Anshama. I'm Community Medical Officer at Dompe.
Where?
Dompe Division, madam. Community
Dompe.
Medical Officer, yes.
Okay. So, Kat, okay, thank you very much for the self-introduction. Actually, that that I should have to, before starting the lecture series, that I just want to emphasize one thing, because you know that online teaching, the distance teaching is maybe sometimes not up to the expected level of quality, right? That means we are conducting lecture on-site or the physically. Yes, that there's an interaction, right? Interaction between B2, and that anyhow that you should have to, even that so many works there, you should have to sit there and concentrate. But here, that one advantage and disadvantage. The advantage is, you know, that there's students from several that represent several provinces. There even another and that eastern, so that so far that they also can join, right? So that earlier they should have to come to the uni and maybe find out they have to stay, right? A lot of difficulties. But the thing is actually that even though that we are delivering this one in online, for your convenience, but you should have to commit it, right? You should have to commit it definitely, that if you just representing that you already here, the joining with the session, but if you do any other task, maybe it will be difficult, because even though the organizational behavior that we are considering as a descriptive subject, right? Descriptive subjects, it's like not you see that like economics or any other the mathematics or something like the quantitative type of subject. It's a descriptive way of subject, but the thing is there are some technical jargons, right? Though it's very live subject and very interesting subject, that same thing that we are practicing in the normal situation also, but under the organizational behavior that we give the different technical jargons, right? Technical jargon, so that and also that when we are writing things that as answers, you should have to use those technical words, right? So that another thing, most of the time that in the classroom that we are discussing about the theory, right? Theoretical things, the theories, and that being especially the master program, this is the master one. So not like for the undergraduate students that we will ask sometimes the direct questions, right? Direct questions, what does mean by the organizational behavior, how it is important for managers and the doctors, something like that. But the thing is here, being the masters, normally we are teaching the theoretical things in detail, right? In detail, but most of the time when we are asking, when we are evaluating you, that will give some sort of mini cases, right? Just like mini cases, I will discuss with you in the classroom. right? That how can we answer for this sort of the what we call the mini cases on. Then you should have idea about how to use, right? How to apply whatever the theories we already learn in the classroom into the practical scenario, right? So then that is one different, right? One different. I think that you already have experience, that you already learn about the human resource management, the management also did, right? In first semester, this is the second semester, the management, marketing,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, madam.
Yes, for all these subjects, right? Subjects normally that we are using that
Yes.
methodology, right? That methodology, that means we are not. Yes, Shamila? So do you want to share anything? So, okay, right? So then actually, give me 1 minute. Right? That is one different, right? That when we are answering for the case studies, that you should have awareness about the exact concept, right? So that which is coming under the power and politics, or the what you call the group dynamics, or learning behavior, or it is perception, or it is personality. So likewise, that we should have to aware, right? That another thing actually, that most of the subject that we are learning, whether it is coming under the human resource management, or this behavioral type of subject, you know that discussing about specifically with regard to specific discipline. Just say, for example, like human resource management. The human resource management under HRM, actually, that we are focusing about the basic HRM functions, right? So how many HRM functions? I think that you are having HRM, right? Anyone say how many HRM functions?
Mainly 4 functions.
Huh?
Mainly 4 functions. Recruitment.
Mainly for function. Under that we can identify nearly more than 17 functions. Huh? You mean the management or human resource management? 4 functions. What are the 4 functions you already learned?
Management.
Yes, you said under management. Yes, management, planning, organizing, directing, and controlling. I already asked about the HRA, right? So the human resource management that we are having, so nearly 17 functions, from the attraction, hiring, recruitment, selection, then the promotion, induction, training and development, compensation, grievance handling. Likewise, there are disciplinary management, like 17, 18 functions, right? So then that is specifically about human resource management, right? Human resource management, but the thing, this organizational behavior. So organizational behavior we consider as a horizontal discipline. So horizontal discipline means whatever your capacity. That maybe you already are as a doctor, or maybe a MOH, or maybe the other, any other rank, right? Whatever the position, irrespective of your position, it is really helpful for each and every individual. Right? So that's why we identify it as a horizontal discipline. Right? Horizontal discipline means it's really important, because that we should have to work with the people. right? We should have to mix with the people. So under organizational behavior, that we are focusing about how people behave, right? That what are the different personalities of people, what are the different perception of different people. So what are their learning behaviors, as group members, how they behave in the group, to enhance to productivity of the groups, what we have to do, right? If there's a mismatch of ideas, so that will lead for the conflict, then how can we control those type of conflicts, right? So that what about the organizational politics, power and politics? There are different ways to gather power and different political practices. So then those are the things that we are going to discuss under the organizational behavior, right? So then when we consider, but that's why that it we identified as a horizontal discipline, right? Then from today's session, I will going to explain with you, discuss with you what does mean by the organizational behavior. Then that what we call, what are the other the contributing disciplines of organizational behavior, and that especially what are the challenges or the opportunities that are under the organizational behavior, right? So then give me 1 minute to share presentation. So actually that's the issue with sharing. Yes, I already open, but there's no option to share. No? Okay, Windows, I think. Oh. Okay. I think it's visible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Thank you very much for your introduction. I think that you all are introduced about yourself. So that even though that you all are already did your studies in the different discipline, right? That like medicine, but under the postgraduate, under postgraduate degree that we are going to learn about the another discipline, right? That which is related to management. So that because you know that when we are handling, when you are running hospital, so normally that we should have to know about the people's behavior, right? Because that we have to work with the people, right? Maybe that your superiors, maybe your co-workers, maybe your subordinators or followers. So whatever the people that we have to dealing with them, right? So that no, that is not like the handling files, handling files, so that handling figures, something like that, but somewhat difficult, right? The concern about the human resource or the people, they already have unique characteristics, right? Unique characteristics that they can respond, that they will change time to time, and there are so many unique characteristics. They can think, they can act accordingly. So likewise, there are so many unique characteristics than the other resources. So therefore, that little bit difficult to handle those resources, and when we are working with the people, we should have some sort of idea about the behaviors, right? So that's why some subjects like human resource management, and organizational behavior, the sort of subjects that we are introducing. So that organizational behavior, so the organizational behavior that we expect, normally how people behave, right? To identify how people behave within the organizations. And when we consider about our five fingers that you can see, they are not equal, right? Even the one hand, that five fingers, if you consider that they already have different appearances. Likewise, uh, people also not same. The behaving pattern of them may be change time to time. There are a lot of factors may be affect. Sometimes the situational factors, personal factors, organizational factors. The different factors will affect to change their behaviors. And also not only the different people, but if we concern about the single people, that means think about yourself. So you also maybe how act in one situation, totally maybe differ how you act in the same situation in another day. So that it is very unpredictable. The behavior is very really unpredictable. So then to have some sort of idea about the behaviors of different people, that maybe help us to manage the organization smoothly. Hmm. So that's why that normally that we want to learn like these subjects. So these subjects are very, very interesting and real life, right? Those are live subject matter. That means always sharing real life experiences. Right? That how people, if we have a conflict, that how can we resolve those conflicts? Then if we have the, say for example, that maybe sometimes you have to work as a group, say, concerned about the hospital, then you should have to work as a group. Then as a group, how we behave. So if you want to enhance the effectiveness of the group, how can we enhance the productivity of the group behavior? Then and leadership. Then how can we give the direction for the followers as a leader? Right. If you want to gain some sort of power, how can we get the power? Then what does mean by the organizational politics? So those are the things normally which we are going to cover under the organizational behavior. Right? Then I will just explain about the syllabus also, syllabi that maybe sometimes you already received the course outline. And however, that I'm already going to explain also with reference to the different levels of the organizational behavior. So there we in detail discuss about what we are going to study under organizational behavior. So then especially from today's session, I would like to teach you basically these things. Right? So that first to have some sort of idea about the organizational behavior and three levels of organizational behavior, and then what sort of skills that we need for to handle people and different contributing disciplines, and to identify the challenges and opportunities. Right. So those are the things today I'm going to discuss with you. So that if there are any possibility actually that if I switch on the video, maybe it will be disturbed to you to for the that may be technically not stable to open the video and deliver the session, maybe not clearly audible. But if you can please switch on your video because that may be some sort of motivation for me also, and also that you can attentively listen. So earlier someone already switch on. Is anyone can? I think Dr. Sumaya.
My left is not having camera, madam. That's the reason.
Okay. So then, if someone possible, that please, right? Okay, Shambhi. Thanks. Because you know, by running an institute, Ayurvedic institute or the dispensary or something like that, what you expect? To the objective or main objective, by running an institute, need to provide some sort of health. So it means that to provide good health condition, good health condition for the society or public. That is the main objective. So being a Ayurvedic institute, that your aim is to provide good health condition. But when we consider about the private organization? Do you have that idea about what the common goal? If we concern about the private organization, what is their common goal?
Getting profits.
Yes, right. The main aim is to earn profit, right? The prime objective, right? So their prime objective, or main objective is to earn profit, right? Earn profit. So then when we are writing the definition, it is very easy to remember. That is collection of 2 or more people. There should be 2 or more people. Right? They should have working together, right, to achieve a common goal. Normally, if it is other than to the like that your organizations like well-being, right, the concern about the well-being, other than to the other organizations, all the other organizations, prime objective is to earn profit, right? So basically, these subjects like that human resource, then the organizational behavior, management, those subjects will help to achieve this prime objective. Know that how can we earn profit, right? So all the organizations' main objective is to earn profit. So then what organizational behavior, human resource management, that sort of subjects will do, they are already as a secondary objective, right? As a secondary objective, they already inspire the people. So because you can consider the human resource, the people as unique resource to organization, right? Unique. So that unique resource to organization. So therefore, through these subjects, the subject that they help us to understand how can we maximize the productivity of the people. So that I think you already have understand about the management and human resource management. Already learned.
Yesterday, yesterday. There's lecture. There was a lecture yesterday.
Okay. That means parallelly going. Parallelly going. Okay. Then you may have a good understanding about those subjects because that may be already help. Right? The knowledge that which you are gained from that sort of subjects may be help to achieve prime objective, because the main objective of organization is to earn profit. How can we earn profit? You know that all the immaterial things, right? Immaterial things handled by the people. So that if we have understanding about to maximum utilization, how can we maximum utilize people? We can gain that knowledge to enhance the productivity of the employee first, right? So employee productivity first, and then employee productivity, enhance employee productivity, right? Employee productivity, and thereby by enhancing employee productivity, definitely we can enhance the profit, right? Profit of the organization. So because they are the one, they are the prime resource. If we consider about the organization, they are actually the prime resource, right? That as I said, under the HRM also that maybe explain the those characteristics, how the human resource deviate from the other immaterial resources, so that they can think and act and get together and they can react. So likewise, there are they can think creatively, they can innovate. So then, likewise, lot of unique characteristics. then if he can handle, right, if we can handle those human resources within the organization, definitely we can increase the prime objective of each and every organization. Okay. So then after having idea about the organization, then we'll move to have understand about the organizational behavior, right? The definition and the things before moving to this one, organizational behavior introduction. I already sent the file, right, through chat. You can download it. Huh? Did you receive? Through chat, I already sent. It's the?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
Okay, then you can download it. Huh? And if you need that, you can take printouts and the things actually that you can do. So, okay, then before moving to session, I would like to ask these questions from you. Then you just want to go through and tell me whether the answer is yes or no, true or false. True or false. So here that already gave 10 questions. Go through all these 10 questions and tell me the answer for one by one. Okay. Okay. What is the answer for the first question? What do you think?
True. True.
True.
True, madam.
True.
True,
That's
true,
very
madam.
productive. Okay. You see that true. Second one. Second one. So if it is a little bit difficult, you would think about third one. What about third? Organizations are more effective when they prevent conflict among workers. Yes or no? True or false?
True, madam.
True, madam. True, madam.
True, madam. So that it is better to negotiate alone than as a team.
False.
False, madam.
So actually, so that what about the sixth one? Employee perform better when they don't experience stress.
True, madam.
True, madam.
True, madam.
Yes. So that whatever the answers given by you, right, for all these questions, all are wrong. Right? Maybe sometimes you feel that why I said like that. So after learning each and every topics that are delivered through organizational behavior, definitely that you can have good understanding about why I said. So after finish all the sessions, I will ask again all this set of questions. Then that you can say that is that true or false, right? A happy worker, the first one. A happy worker, just small introduction that without explaining the whole thing, right? Because under the work balance and the stress management, I will definitely explain. First one under stress management, third one under the conflict, the fourth one under the teams, and that yes, again the sixth one also stress, right? So then when we consider the first one, a happy worker is a productive worker. Not at all, definitely. Even though that you said true, just say for example, actually that when we consider about that yourself, yourself that how much productivity that you spend one day will just with relate to. If it is related to that you are I'm explaining the things which relate to the study, with relate to study, that if it is nearer, that just assume that you may having exams on next week, right? Exam on OB exam next week. Then how you are spending days with relate to with if your exam is very near, right? Because of the stress, that how you productively use your time. In contrast to that, if you feel that your exam is not near, right? If you are not feel any stress, then how much productively you use your time? Is there any difference of using your time? Yes, right?
Yes.
Definitely. If
Yes,
the
madam, definitely.
if exam is very close, very near, definitely you will feel stress. So if you have some sort of stress, the stress that definitely maybe sometimes you are productively engaged in academic things than the other days. That is common to not only the study but also any other things. Also, if it is you just think the deadline, right? That's a deadline to that you just want to complete, or you should have to hand over any project. If the passing date is just next week, right? Because of the stress, how much productivity that you will use that time? That is not going to always. That means that is time pressure, right? That is time pressure. But there are different type of stress. So therefore, that we cannot say that always the happy worker is a productive worker, right? Productive worker, because there may be sometimes that even though that you are unhappy, that you may be productive, right? Productive because that you should have to be productive. So that depends. That depends on the nature, the situation, right? Then when we consider the third, organizations are more, right? Organizations are more effective when they prevent conflict. Now actually even that the conflict, when we heard the word even the conflict, once what is come to your mind, definitely the conflict that may be harmful, therefore that we should have to control it, we should have to eliminate, right? We should have to mitigate it. But according to the modern views, right? Modern views, no, the conflict is not the negative force even. It's a positive force, right? So that they accept conflict is not always negative, not give always negative consequences. That will give even positive consequences as well. So what sort of positive consequences? Just say, for example, just you want to find out the conflict is not only the physical attack or the verbal attack, right? Even some disagreements, arguments, debates also coming under the conflicts. Just say, for example, you want to find out the warehouse to store your medicines, the indigenous medicines. So then that one party said that better to locate that warehouse in our hospital premises. Then someone says no, that we don't have enough space here. Then we should have to go for the another area. So then there's a debate between these two groups. But how can we see it's a negative outcome? Because those two parties engaged with conflict, they will come to the battlefield with a lot of weapons, evidences, right? They said those who for, those who against, right? They will come to the battlefield or the arguments with lot of evidences or information. They said that's why that we said that it's not a better place to locate the warehouse in these premises because we don't have enough space, right? That and also it is very difficult to very difficult to store that. Maybe sometimes we need refrigerators or the cool environment or whatever. So whatever the reasons that they already evaluated, we said all these alternatives and come up with the good evidences. Then as decision makers, top management can evaluate those all alternatives. The finally they can select one best alternative. Right? That already may be the result of the conflict. The conflict always arises the competition among group, right? Competition among groups. So therefore, that we cannot say. We cannot say the conflict is always harmful to organization, right? Organizations are more effective when they are prevent conflict, because you know that if we are just managing day-to-day transaction, that means that we are maintain static environment, right? Static means that there's no any changes. So if there's a competition, only that we can open for the innovation and creativity. So that like the what had happened to the companies like the Blueberry and Nokia and the Apple and Samsung. Can see that how much of competition between the Apple and Samsung. So that always competitive environment between these groups. So within one organization also, if it is smoothly running, there's no any conflict, no any competition among groups, right? Sometimes that they're maintaining status quo. Status quo, that just only routine tasks, just managing only day-to-day tasks only. If there's any change agent means that they want to change the environment. Maybe sometimes a newcomer, that's why some organization now suggests to bring some new blood to organization, right? New or the criticizers to organizations. So if there's some sort of criticizer or a change agent, then sometimes they may have some contradict ideas. Those contradict ideas, even though that lead for conflict, finally that may be lead to the productivity of the organization, right? Productivity of organization. But you see that in our organization that we don't have any sort of that sort of conflict. So therefore we are very productive. We sometimes you feel. But most of the organization which they maintain the status quo or just maintain day-to-day tasks or the routine tasks, they are not open for creativity or innovation. They are not ready to embrace the new changes, the new challenges, right? So sometimes if we feel that there's someone just want to introduce new thing, we feel that that may be the troubleshooter or the troublemaker, always making some troubles, right? But his or her characteristics maybe sometimes that lead to you to take some productive decisions, because you know there's a troubleshooter or the criticizer in your organization or in your department. Before taking decision, then you will you will think twicely. Right? That may be lead for a productive decision making. So then how the conflict helps to take productive decision or organization productivity. Did you agree with me or not?
I agree, madam.
Yes, that's true, right? Yes. Then actually, so there are so many. Right? The best way to change an organization to get employed and focus its current problem. So likewise, you know, there are so many that the female leaders involve employees in addition to great leaders, not like the male leaders. There are so many that you can under leadership, right? So that whatever the questions I ask here, right, maybe sometimes that you feel it's wrong or true or false. Maybe at the end of the session, right, end of the lecture series, if I ask same set of of question for you, whatever the answers given by you may be totally different, right? So therefore, that I just want to emphasize you that sometimes that we feel these things, whatever the things here, whatever the statements here, may be true or false, but there are some hidden sides, right? We should have to look into because the organization behavior is really dealing with the people, the people's behavior, right? That how people behave, how people perceive, what sort of different personalities, different cultures, different value sets, attitudes, values, right? Those things. So then, yes, we'll move to the session then, right? The next slide. Hmm. So actually here I cannot make sound. Hmm. About the organization behavior, right? So then, what does mean by, right? What does mean by the organizational behavior? So that, yeah, yes. Is someone ask question? All right. So before moving to this one, you just go and the definition, right? First we see the definition. So it's OBN, actually the uh, academic discipline. Different times that they said it's like the field of study. M.P.N. That's not a discipline, and that's a field of study here, right? So then they said, so what does mean by the? It's we can consider about the academic discipline, or that better. Even the Lutheran said that it's a discipline. So most appropriate word is actually the field of study. So that what is the difference between the discipline and the field of study? Is there any difference between the? Oh. Yeah, so that already give good definition. It's a field of study. It's a field of study. The Lutherans is very famous organization behaviorist, right? So that is there any difference between field of study? and the discipline. Even though that we use this word as the discipline, I said the most appropriate word is a field of study, right? So that yes, there's a difference between the discipline and the field of study, because discipline is most commonly depend on the theories, right? So that is based on some theories. At different theories, you know that if we concern about that, you already have that biology. That what sort of subjects you already learn? And medicine, highly theoretical subjects.
Fundamentals of principles of Ayurveda.
Lama, you have to tell me.
Biology, chemistry.
Biology, chemistry. So that and chemistry, that you know that chemistry, they are highly based on theory, right? Highly based on theory. So that, so for example, that chemistry I don't know that which is related to the human human values. I just said example command that how to make water, so that you can do some experiments in the laboratory by combining two hydrogens with one oxygen. Then you can check whether that water made or not by combining H2 or maybe sometimes two hydrogens and two oxygens. You just can do those experiments within the laboratory, right? With the laboratory, and also that theories. There are so many theories. Isaac Newton, the Newton theory, the other theories. So likewise, there are so many theories also. But when we consider about the organizational behavior, actually that is a social science. And the applied science, which is behavioral science, we call the social, social, behavioral science, behavioral, the applied science, So because whatever the things that we are, but we are learning that we can apply into society. That's why we call it applied. And also specifically behavioral. That may be considered about the behaviors of the people. So you know that like two hydrogen and one oxygen, that they will not control the variables. We cannot control the variables of the people, right? So that it is very difficult to form some sort of theories which relate to the human behavior. That is unpredictable and changeable always. So therefore, it is the social setting. If you consider about the social setting of this subject, it is society, the behaviors of humans. But if you consider about some disciplines like the highly theoretical based subjects, the discipline, the study setting may be laboratory, study setting laboratory or labs. But here that concern about the subjects like organizational behavior, the field of study or the study setting is the natural environment, the human behaviors, that we are looking for human behaviors, the social setting, the academic the environment, the social, what we call the study environment. Study environment is the society. We are looking for the behaviors of the people who are in the society. Therefore, study setting is the society. Then we cannot form high theories, right? Highly theoretical things, but those are most of the time the field of study. After doing research, actually these things already explained by different behavioralists, different organizational theorists, right? So that's why it says organizational behavior is a field of study that investigate the impact of the people. So the people that we can identify different people. Huh? Individuals means a single person. Then the summation, the sum value of the individuals we can identify as groups. Right? Then all these two in together, individuals and groups together, we can identify as the organization or organization structure. Right? Organization structure, and we can use this behavior to enhance what? We can use this behavior to enhance effectiveness and the efficiency of the organization, right? Organization. So first we'll see this one. එක තමයි මම කැමතිම definition එක. Right? So that because that already covered all, right? There are so many well-known organizational behavioral theorists already explained different disciplines, different definitions. So then if you concerned about the Luther's definition, he explained that it's the somewhat academic discipline, academic discipline that may be concerned with the three major things. It concern about how people behave within the organization, and we want to specifically identify to understand their behaviors, to predict their behaviors, and to control their behaviors. So that is the idea of the organizational behavior. So organizational behavior, people want to have some sort of idea, understanding about the people's behavior. So how they work as a team. Then who may be going to give the leadership. Then how people perceive something. So likewise, how is the personality of different people. Right? So likewise, that we want to have some sort of idea about the people, how different personality people behave. So if you have the high Mac personality, or the internal locus of control, or so likewise different personalities. So then how they behave within the organization. You want to have some sort of idea about the people behavior. And also before assigning tasks, if you have some sort of idea about their different behavior, that we can predict if I give this task for that person again, how he react. The last time also he not complete because he already have very lethargic personality. So maybe very calm and quiet person, introvert person. So that if you want to assign someone as a receptionist or maybe the information provider to your dispenser. Information count that you want to appoint someone. Then if you have good understanding about the behaviors of the people, that someone is very introvert so that he don't want to make the public relationship or the good PR, personal relationship with others. Very silent, calm and quiet, reserved, that sort of personal qualities. Then in contrast to the introvert, extrovert one. So extrovert one is very sociable. Always comfort with the different relationships with others. Right? So then which one you select for the information counter? First one or second one?
Second one.
Second.
Right?
Good.
The second one should be. So if you have the idea about, the person, you can predict. If I select this one, he will do the task, right? He will do the task correctly or accurately. So therefore that you can predict if you have understanding about by using the knowledge of organizational behavior, that you can predict their behaviors. And as well as you can control their behavior. If something going wrong, if there's some sort of conflict, then by using knowledge that you can resolve, you can control the behaviors of people. Right? So likewise, therefore organization behavior is concerned with understanding human behaviors. It may be hard to predict human behaviors and control human behaviors, right? Control human behaviors. That is the definition given by the Luther about organizational behavior. Then if we move to the second definition, right? So this one is much preferable, definition, right? So then but consider, so actually organization behavior is a field of study. Now you already have idea about what does mean by the field of study, because it's always concerned about the behavioral or the applicability. The field of study that investigate the impact of individuals, so that if we concern about the organization, basically we can identify within the organization. Within the organization, there are 3 levels, 3 groups. You know that if you concern about the individuals, yes, people, individual people. Then the collection of all these individuals we can identify as the groups, right? Groups. Then all together organization. We call it as structure. So then how they behave as a organization structure, how they behave as a group, how they behave as the individual. So if we have understanding about separately impact that individual groups and structure, and we want to have idea about the behaviors, and we can apply such knowledge to improve organizational effectiveness, organizational productivity, and the efficiency, or the effectiveness. Lama, is there any difference between efficiency and effectiveness? Organization effectiveness and efficiency? I think that is the first lesson of the management.
Efficiency means using low amount of inputs, producing maximum.
Exactly. Effectiveness.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, that is effectiveness. So normally that we consider about the input-output ratio. Input-output ratio. So while employing the lower level input, that if we can maximize output, that means the effectiveness. Right? Efficiency.
Madam, an organization starts successfully without wasting time.
Organization goals.
Achieving organization goals, limiting cost. Right? So efficiency always concerned about the cost. Right? So that with the minimum cost, while reducing cost, with the minimum cost or reducing cost, how can we achieve the objective? That is the idea of the efficiency and effectiveness. Or maybe sometimes in management you already learn it as doing things right and do right things. So likewise, to enhance effectiveness and the efficiency, right? So then this is the idea, right? That you can by looking at the picture, so that that is the field of knowledge. We can have idea about the individuals, group, and the structure to improve the effectiveness of the organization. So that is the idea of the organizational behavior. So better to actually no need to memorize. No need to memorize. You just concern whatever the things explained. Take all these things into consideration. Then definitely you can keep those the idea in your mind. Then that is actually the field of study. Now you already know. The field of study means that is not exact discipline actually. Those are scientifically proven through different studies which relate to the society. The being behavioral science or applied science. Always while doing some research, those outcomes that we are using, and we are using as organizational behavior, not the static theories, right? Static theories, therefore, always it is field of study that we can investigate. The field of study that we can investigate which relate to the behaviors of individuals, groups, and structure within organization. Within organization. Because organizational behavior that consider about the organizations, not about the society politics, so the societal culture that we are concerning here about the organizational culture, organizational politics, not about the party politics, country politics, but about the organizational politics, organizational power, not about the country power. So likewise, organization behavior concern about the organization within the organization. Then how can we apply such knowledge? How can we apply such knowledge for the improvement of the organization effectiveness and the efficiency, right? So that is that clear definition?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So then after having idea, we'll enhance our knowledge on organizational behavior. So that is give the here. So then if we concern about the organizational behavior, now I think that you already can easily understand. So that is the study of individual, group dynamics, or the group behavior, and organizational structure. Right? Organizational structure. So then I already have a question. So why that I already said individuals. Sorry, where's the note? Okay. So that the study of individual. So the group means the sum of the or the collection of individual. The group එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ තනියෙන් ගත්තොත් maybe that for example individual means here Surangi is individual. Then the what called Tivanka, Udeni, right? Then the Kanga. So that if you consider about the different people, we'll consider as the individuals. Then the group means all the 21 students. All the 21 students we can consider as a group. Right? And then say for example that I'm asking, not example, I just asking, if I have good understanding about the behaviors and the things about those people, the Surangi's behavior, Udeni's behaviors, the Kanga's behaviors, Vasanta behaviors, right? So each and every people behavior separately, do I need any sort of understanding about the whole, the group behavior? මට ඔයගොල්ලන් එක එක්කෙනාගේ behaviors ගැන හොඳ understanding එකක් තියෙනවා නම් හැමෝම සුරංග කොහොමද හැසිරෙන්නේ වසන්ත කොහොමද හැසිරෙන්නේ කියලා ඔයගොල්ලන් ඔක්කොම ගැන හොඳ understanding එකක් තියෙනවා නම් do I need a separate idea about group behavior? ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ ඔක්කොගේම එකතුවකින් නම් group එක හැදෙන්නේ එක එක්කෙනා ගැන හොඳටම මම දන්නවා නම් මට වෙනම group behavior එක ගැන study කරන්න ඕනේද?
Yes, madam.
Why is that?
Because the combination of thoughts may be varies, because if a person individually he may act like as different, and sometimes combination may be it may be different. They may conflicts or something may lead to different stage or different decisions.
Yes.
So my thought is like.
Okay. Then anyone? Who already presented?
There is a different idea from each other. So actually, the ideas mix them.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. What your opinion?
It is no need more. Individually, we understood, so collectively, mostly can't be changed.
Yes, exactly right. So that you know that how we behave. Just simple example, as Dr. Paul said, that if you want to have an increment, right? Just simple thing. Maybe sometimes that if there's authority, right? There's authority for the increase your increment for your superior. Then if you need to real requirement to have some sort of increment. So then you just straightforwardly go and meet your supervisor and will ask, hi, that I already cannot live, that cannot bear this cost of living, therefore I need high salary, high incentive. Definitely no. Definitely no. So, but if you feel that all the members in your organization, they already have the real requirement of the necessity of the price salary increase. So then you will get together. Maybe sometimes as a union. Union also can consider as a group. Then how you behave? How you behave as a member of the union with the collection of members. Maybe that you may be one already hanging the posters and speaking loudly all these things, then you will not behave. You will not behave as an individual person. So how you behave as a member of the group may be totally different. That behavior we cannot expect when we are considered as an individual person. තනියම ඉන්නකොට හිටපු එක්කෙනා නෙමෙයි group එකක member කෙනෙක් විදියට ඉන්නකොට. That are totally different behaviors. Maybe that you are pretending totally different behavior. So therefore exactly we should have to learn about the behaviors separately. How the individuals behave, then how the group behave, and all together within the organization, how the organizational with the all procedures, organizational structure, organizational culture, how people behave as a whole, right? That is the structure. That is the organization. So then under the organization behavior that we are going to identify individual behaviors, group behaviors, and the organization behavior. Right. And also, if you concern about the study and careful application of knowledge about how employees act individually, collectively within organization, so that we can organizational behavior in the organization behavior, we can have knowledge, and we can use that knowledge. That's why we said it's a behavioral science. It's a behavioral or the applicable. Right? Behavioral or applicable. So then such knowledge we can carefully apply. Okay? Then it involves understanding as per the Luther's definition. Right? It may be investigate or explain. It may be help to understand, predict, and control human behaviors. Right? Control human behaviors. And also, we can use that knowledge for the improvement of organizational efficiency and effectiveness, and concern with factors which affect human performance. So basically, that may be concerned with the human behaviors within the organization, but oh my goodness, but that is different. That is different from the HRA. Right? So you know that under human resource management that we are concerning about. Give me 1 minute to plug this. So, okay, that is study of human attitudes and human behavior, but it is different from human resource management, right? So what are the things that we are learning under the human resource management? You already did the first session. Lamai, am I audible?
HRM activities.
Yeah, HRM activities. What are the HR functions? So under the human resource management, actually that we are more focusing about the how we attract people for the post, how we select them, how we recruit them, then how we promote them, how we evaluate them, how we train them. Those are the things normally concern which relate to the from the recruitment up to development. How we recruit, attract people, how we maintain people, and how we develop people. Those things normally focusing under the human resource management. But under the organizational behavior, that normally we focusing about how those people behave within the organization, right? How they gather power when something happen, like the conflict. Then how can we resolve? How they act as a group? Then what sort of culture exists in the organization? Then how people perceive something, how they learn something. So those are the things that we are discussing under organizational behavior. Therefore, there's different two different disciplines, right? And also this is a multidisciplinary dynamic. So that multidisciplinary dynamic means that may be not like that is multidisciplinary dynamic. Multidisciplinary dynamics means, for example, if we consider about the chemistry, if we consider about the maths, most of the natural sciences, they already stand alone, independent subjects, right? No need of support of the others. But if we concern about like economics, so economics, then like human resource management, like the uh, organizational behavior. So those subjects may be contributed by different disciplines. So that some parts that we already capture from the psychology. So then to understand the behaviors of the learning, most of the time that we have to link with the Sigmund Freud's psychological theories and some facts we'll use from the social psychology, then the anthropology, political science. So likewise, different theories that we have to use under or we have to consider under organizational behavior. So that's why we said it's multidisciplinary. It may be nourished by different subjects, right? Different subjects. So then that is actually field of study. Always that we have to do some investigations and applied or behavioral science. Applied or behavioral science. Then it may be concerned about how people think, how people feel, how people act, right? All these things. Okay. Then after having idea about the organizational behavior and by enriching your knowledge with organizational behavior. So then I just want to give small exercise for you. You just, without looking at this one, be honest without looking this one. Can anyone write down and tell me what does mean by organizational behavior? What does mean by organizational behavior? That you can, with the definition, you can write down these things as well. මේමක් කියලා දීපු ටිකක් තියන්න පුළුවන් මතකෙන්. You just take only 5 minutes and write down and tell me perfect answer. Perfect answer. Right? What does mean by the organizational behavior? Okay. Now tell me the definition. Anyone?
Organizational behavior means a scientific study of how individuals and groups in organization to improve organizational effectiveness and efficiency. It also concern about understand, predict, and control.
Okay. So that Shivantika, that you should have add another thing, right? When we are starting the definition, yes, definitely you should have to consider about the organization behavior as a field of study, right? It's
Okay,
field of
madam.
study. Yes, it's field of study and focus about the individual, group, and organization. Because that individuals and group,
Groups
how they
here.
behave, yes, how they behave with relate to the different organizational processes and the structures, right? Organization, and that we can use such knowledge to improve efficiency and the effectiveness of the organization, right? Anyone wants to try? Yes, Manoraj? I think that Manoraj, your voice, maybe that technical issue with the signals, that is not much clear. Yes, okay. That before starting that next topic, the next slide, I just want to give you a small break, right? So that I just take my lunch and come back quickly. Okay.
Okay, madam.
Okay. Thank you. So Kay will come back to the session. So I think that I am audible and visible again, right? Students?
Yes, madam, audible, but not visible.
Yeah, that I'm just sharing. Wait. Okay. Basically, organizational behavior concerns these three levels: individual, group, and organizational. So as I mentioned, why we need to learn about the individual behaviors, group behaviors separately, because that how we behave as an individual may be totally different how we behave as a group member, right? Under the individual level, actually, there that under these three levels, that we can have idea about even your course outline, right? Course outline under the individual behavior, that we have to focus about the perception, how a people perceive something, right? Maybe sometimes how we perceive something may be totally differ the reality. So therefore, that should have to understand about, even though that we perceive of some person, maybe a wrong person or a right person, our perception may be totally wrong. Then how can it happen? How can it happen? Maybe that we already have different stereotypes. Different stereotypes. So those people who are from the southern, they are Kali. They're like the geographical stereotypes. දකුණෙන් එන අය ඔක්කොම කපටියෝ. ඊළඟට maybe that Tamils or the Buddhists, there may be different stereotypes. So then how, even though that by using these stereotypes when we perceive some persons, may be totally wrong. Right? Totally wrong. So then we'll teach on the perception those things. Then the perception, the personality, then the values and attitudes, learning. So that how to think about that, whether we have enough time to complete all this is anyhow those things that we have. So these are the topics normally that we have to concern about under individual level. Right? Perception, personality, values and attitudes, learning. Then if you concern about the group behavior, under group behavior, team dynamics or group behavior, teams. Then the conflicts. Leadership. Power and politics. Communication. Motivation also. Right? So these things. Right, we have discussed. Then when we consider about the organization, right, under organizational level, that we have to concern about the organization structure. organization structure, then the change and development. Right? Then organizational culture. Right? So basically, at least that we have to concern about these things under different levels. Right? So okay, then actually this can consider as your syllabus. Right? Can consider as the syllabus even. Okay, then if you need that, you can write down this one is beautifully, and we'll start after 15 minutes break. Huh? Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
We already. Not 15 minutes, just 1 minute, right? Just 15 because I just want to plug this. That's why. Normally, even though there are different models and higher theoretical, but just for easiness, I select only one STMI model. That means if we concern about the organization model, that means if it is at a nutshell, as a nutshell, the whole syllabus that we can show like this, what is we expecting, that within the organization behavior that we are focusing about the organizational level, the group level, and the individual level. So these are the things that we are concerned about the individual level, and the group level, and the organizational level, right? We can consider all these things as inputs, right? So input-output relationship. Then if we have understanding about these behaviors, these things, so that will maybe helpful exhibit these outcomes, right? So we know that employee outcomes that we consider as the these things as employee outcomes, right? Employee outcomes. Employee outcomes. So that if we concern about, that performance, most of the time. Do you have the thesis, right? You already have a thesis? You have to do the thesis? Huh?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Thesis කරන්න ඕනේ නේද?
Yes, madam.
Yes, madam.
So for this, actually, that I'm pretty sure.
Conceptual.
I'm pretty sure. So that you have to select. You have to select one of the variables from the organization behavior. So most probably, most of the students select their DV, dependent variable. Dependent variable from the organizational behavior. So it's how different factors influence on or the impact on performance, impact on exertion, impact on commitment, job involvement. So likewise, whatever the dependent variable, most probably that they are selecting from the organizational behavior. So that you have to keep in mind the performance when you select the dependent variable as performance, because that is good time. I feel that this is a good time to explain these things also, because normally that you should have to have understanding about organizational behavior and the concept when you are selecting variables. Right? The most probably that is the nature. Actually, most of the students select performance as the dependent variable or performance related topics as the dependent variable, but performance is very big, broad, very broader concept, right? Very broader concept. So under the performance, we are considering basically about three types, two different types, like the organizational performance and the employee performance, right? Organizational performance and employee performance. So the organizational performance, then without much understanding about this one, just you select performance. So then the examiners will ask which performance, is that organizational performance or employee performance, right? Most of the time the organizational performance is somewhat qualitative, right? Somewhat qualitative aspect that we can measure by using, that turnover. Turnover can occur.
Living from the job. Living from the job.
Normally, how many times the stock sell out? Sales, sales, the turnover, then the profit, turnover, profit, market share, right? Market share. Then I think in the today that said operational management and operational management also they will concern about these things. So then ROI, return on investment, ROCEI. So likewise different qualitative measurements. Qualitative measurement. When we consider about the employee performance, most probably dealing with this quantitative performance. Sorry. The word interchangeably use that. Here the qualitative. This one is quantitative. These are quantitative. Measurable. Quantitative. These are qualitative, subjective. These are objective. These are subjective. So that here, if you want to measure the absenteeism, turnover, commitment, all these things, we have to do the attitudinal test. Attitude test. We have to do the attitudinal test. Right? So that attitudinal means actually that by using some sort of Likert scale, 1 to 5 range, the Likert scale, that we can measure the attitude. So like that, how is the productivity, how is the absenteeism, what sort of turnover is there, then how is the commitment, satisfaction, job involvement, all these things. Those are, so therefore those are employee outcomes. Right? Employee outcomes. Right? So here also employee performance or employee outcomes also that we can identify basically as in-role performance and out-role performance, or in-role and extra-role. Right? In-role and extra-role. So enrollment means actually that I think in HRA you already have understanding about, maybe if still you don't have, maybe that you can learn in future. You already have job description. Right? A job description that where mention your job title, your job tasks, duties, responsibilities, to whom you have to report, all these things mentioned in your job design. You already have the job description? Do you? Dr. කෙනෙක් විදියට මොනවද කරන්න ඕන?
Examine the patient's prescribed medicines.
Yes, madam.
Yes. So what are the things that you have to do on the job description? මොනවද ඔයාලා job description එකේ තියෙන්නේ? මොනවා කරන්න ඕන කියලා? What are your duties? What are your responsibilities?
Examine the patients and prescribe drugs.
Today I have to go and see. මොකද්ද? Okay, Paul?
If a person, if a doctor.
Yes, someone is trying to do, trying to tell. Okay. What are the things included in JD? Yes. Dr. Shivantika, I think that you are trying to do, trying to tell something.
Yes, madam. We
And
under the job descriptions, I think examines the patients, prescribing drugs.
So okay, then actually in JD it covers basically that what are your main duties, what are your main responsibilities, and the tasks, right? So then definitely explain what are the difference between the task, that is the series of motions, and that collection of series motions, that task, and the correction of tasks identified as the duties, and that what are the obligations. So those things mentioned in the JD, job description. Right? Sometimes nowadays actually that even appointment letter, the appointment letter also considered as the JD sometimes. So that job description, that is necessary, that document when we are appointing. So the each and every position, there are different JDs that we identified. Whatever the task that we want to do according to JDS, in-role performance, right? In-role performance, job performance, or the task performance, right? So understood?
Yes, madam.
Sorry, I think that I'm muted and I'm talking. Wait, I will.
Madam, we couldn't voice, I think, her to voice.
Lot of satisfaction, loyalty, all these things. Then the extra role means that is not mentioned in your job description, right? Not mentioned in your job description, but that also the outcome. Right? That also outcome of the employee outcome, organizational citizenship behavior, because you will act as a citizen of the organization. Now, say for example, that may be easy to understand if I explain some example. So that after doing maybe that after finishing your clinic, then that you switch off your fans, then switch off lights. Right, automatically happen normally all those things, right? If you are loyal to your organization, that sort of things, yes. Maybe sometimes you will help to other co-workers, right? Organization citizenship behavior normally comprises with eco-helping, helping co-workers. So helping co-workers means if you feel that someone is needed, you are voluntary help them. So that is actually voluntary behavior. That is not mentioned in job description. Extra role behavior means whatever the things that we are doing, that is not mentioned in the job description, but we are doing those things voluntary. Alright, voluntary. That is organizational citizenship behavior. That also outcome of the employee. So that we are exhibiting. We are exhibiting some sort of loyalty, extra loyal. We are going extra mile. Right, that is also outcome of the employee, right? So like maybe helping co-workers without making continuous complaints, you will do some good works. So that there are some specific name for those things that like sportsmanship, civic virtue, courtesy, consignedness. That means that you are a perfect person. Whatever you say, you will do that. While adhering to rules and regulation, no one need to chase you. කවුරුත් ඔයා පස්සෙන් ගිහිල්ලා බලන්න හරියටම රූල් එකට වැඩ කරනවද කියලා. Yeah.
Extra role and organizational citizenship are same or
Yes, extra role performance actually one type of extra role pro-social behavior. Organization citizenship behavior means one type of extra role behavior that we interchangeably using. Interchangeably that using extra role behavior means actually the organization citizenship behavior. But there may be some voluntary other behaviors also. We can consider it as the one aspect, one type of extra role behavior. But most of the time, for the even interchangeably that we are using instead of the extra role behavior, the like organization citizenship behavior, right? OCB. So if you need to know more about the organization citizenship behavior, that you can refer some Scopus journals articles by typing my name. Then I think probably 5 or 6 articles I already published with related to this one. Introducing new variable also comes under the OCB. Then you can search, right? And then can have good understanding about those things. So okay. So then if we consider about each and every dimensions, here the variables, productivity. So productivity, you know that the relationship between input and output, right? So that if you can say that it is more productive if it is greater, the input is greater than output is greater than input, right? So then productivity, maybe that productivity or effectiveness exhibited by the employee as a outcome. Then the absenteeism, they are not reporting, not reporting to the work, right? So the turnover acquisition or the turnover actually that we can identify as voluntary turnover, involuntary turnover. So likewise, that most of the time in HRM now we are using instead of the word of turnover, intention to quit. Then you can turnover කියන එක නිකන් දැන් වැඩි අපි use කරන්නේ මේ surveys වලදී. අපි කියන්නේ intention to quit. යන්න තියෙන කැමැත්ත කියලා. Right? Intention to quit. Right? Then we can have some sort of idea about the organization through exit interviews. යන්න හදනකොට interview එකක් තියලා නැත්නම් ගිය කට්ටියකින් interview එකක් තියලා අපිට that we can have good understanding about the organization turnover. ඇයි ඔයා ගියේ? So is there any stressful reasons here? Likewise, if the worker is more motivated, the inspired, the turnover absenteeism should be lower, right? Should be lower. So, but productivity, commitment, satisfaction, job involvement should be high, right? So that you have to concern those things also. Very recently, that even the PhD students also doing the wrong things when they are publishing their research. Research so whatever the things that we are teaching in the classroom, that you have taken into consideration. So what sort of relationship should be with the employee performance? So the employee performance with their leadership. So if there's a good leadership or a good organizational support, they have a turnover, right? The dependent variable. Then turnover is positive and a relationship. So if you provide good organizational support or the good leadership, so then the turnover and absenteeism should be negative. Right? There shouldn't be any positive relationship between these two. If you provide good facility, good working condition, good leadership style, so then absenteeism and turnover should be negative, should be lower. Right? So then you have to concern about whatever the things when you are, if you are doing the dissertation also, what sort of relationship will come out as a conclusion. Right? Better to link those things also when I'm teaching the organizational behavior, because that is very, very important. Very important subject. Most of the students, more than 90% students will select one topic from the OB as their dependent variable. So that's what, right? Then if we concern about the commitment. So the commitment means actually the emotional attachment, right? Emotional attachment to the job. That means that you want to stay. In the organization. So that may be effective, normative, continuous, or likewise the different type of commitment styles. Then you wish to stay in organization. You ought to stay in organization. You need to stay in organization. So likewise that we can identify why you are staying in your organization. Whether you really wish to stay with your organization, or maybe sometimes you don't have any other job, you don't have any other alternatives, or that you feel you have obligation that you have to stay with your organization. Likewise, the job commitment, anyhow the brief understanding is actually whether you want to stay with your organization, right? That is the commitment. Then the job involvement, how much you engage in your job, right? How much you engage in your job. So that emotional bond with your job, right? organizational citizenship behavior. So those are outcomes. Right? Those are outcomes of the employees. So say, for example, actually, what it means in nutshell or in the summary form or in a very simple manner. Very simple manner. If you have good organizational culture, if you have good leadership, if you have good group dynamics, if you have good personality, maybe sometimes they will exhibit more productivity, more commitment, more satisfaction, more involvement, right? Reducing absenteeism and turnover. Right? Understood? Is that clear about the organizational model?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So any doubts? Okay, then I'm not, I think nearly 3 hours, I just explain the definition. On common definition, like we that already have a lot of things to discuss today. Therefore, that I think these things I already right explained several times because this is a evidence-based management, right? Evidence-based management, like call that we call the scientific study. So, what do you mean by the scientific study? Scientific study is not actually the, as I mentioned, that different disciplines come out with the different theories. Most probably, it may be proven, already proven with different research studies. Because it is very difficult to introduce the exactly permanent or static theory. You know that human behavior is changing. So therefore, if you want to identify different changes, different theories, yes, definitely that we have to do some research. Right. So those things, whatever the things that we are expressing on the organizational behavior, those are not merely expressions. Nikang me kyone wane huh? Nikang kyone wane එතකොට මේව ඔක්කොම whatever the things normally that we are discussing and will be well proven by different researchers. What are researchers or scholars? They already did lot of research. ගොඩක් research කරලා ඒවෙන් ගත්ත findings. ඒවෙන් ගත්ත outcomes වලින් තමයි most of the time that some concepts already discussed on the organizational behavior. So accurately proven instead of gut feeling. Gut feeling කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? Gut feeling කියන්නේ just thinking, merely expressing. අපිට හිතන දේවල් කියන intuition එක. Even hypothetically. So not these things not hypothetically, right? Hypothetically expressed, but that is systematic study. Systematic study. So that we are doing we already did some researchers and come up with the conclusions. That's why systematic study. Right? Maybe horizontally and vertically important. That organizational behavior is not for only one, like human resource management, that we need the human resource only for the human resource manager, right? But here the functionally. What are the different functions normally we can identify within organization? Different functional departments?
Marketing.
Ayurvedic Institute, Naveen. Ayurvedic campus, Dampa. So, with relate to that institute, what are the functions? Definitely there's HR department, HR function. Then definitely the finance department. Definitely the admin department. definitely their operation department, operations වෙනවා. Operation කියලා කියන්නේ operations කියලා කියන්නේ that is not the surgery. Operations කියන්නේ ඔක්කොම මෙහෙයුම් ක්‍රියාකාරක. So that likewise that we can identify, if we concerned about the private organization, we can identify instead of these functions, the marketing department. So different department like that. But basically, those are the key functional areas which we can identify with the organizations, like the finance, HR, marketing. So these things. So that this the organizational behavior, because that we all have to work with the people, right? Work with the people. So irrespective of the function, we have to mix with the people. Therefore, equally important for all functional managers. Right? And also now you already have good understanding about what does mean by the multidisciplinary. I will go to teach you now what are those different disciplines. Right? So that likewise, it may be such competitive advantage we give to attract more customers. Right? If you have understanding about your behaviors, that may be helpful for productivity of the organization. The importance of all. Okay. Then we'll move to have understanding about the major behavioral science disciplines or the nourishing disciplines or contributing disciplines for organizational behavior, right? Organizational behavior. So that if we concerned about the small, first micro means small entity. Small entity is the individual. The macro means big entity. We can consider group and the organization. So normally with the individuals, the psychology have a close relationship, and all other disciplines directly relate with the macro, right? So macro, that group behavior, that we can need to have idea about the sociology and also anthropology. So what does mean by the anthropology? මට වඩා ඔයගොල්ලන් දන්නවා ඇති anthropology ගැන. මට කියලා දෙන්න පුළුවන් ඇති anthropology ගැන. ළමයි students, are you with me?
Yes, madam. Study of the origin and development of human society and culture.
Yes, exactly. Society or human beings?
Human societies.
Societies, different human societies. Yes, yes. The sociology means actually the different societies here. That how they actually that Mana Vidya with relate to different from the history up to now, how they develop. It's related to different societies. I mean that you know that early period that human beings considered as slaves, right? As landlords and slaves, whatever the things instructed by the landlords, they have to follow. They will give only the food and shelter. Maybe sometimes that you heard the voice about the Oliver Twist. So that how they begin some food due to starvation. Then how they treat for the slaves. And after that, if we concern about the capitalism, how the landlords became the masters, right? And the followers. Then if we concern about the after industrialization, industrial revolution, then the employer and employee, right? Lot of revolutions, the May Day, they already won to restrict the working hours for 8 hours, and then now actually being a virtual organizations, now we are moving with the team players and the team managers. right? Team players and team managers. So likewise, anthropology, how yes, how the attitudes change. Huh? So those things. Then anthropology, right? Normally, when we consider about the what we call individual behaviors, so the different psychological theories like ego, superego. Likewise, then as per the Sigmund Freud, how the attachment between father and mother, father and the daughter, and the son and the mother. So there are those theories that we have to use to learn individual behaviors, but learning, motivation, perception, personality. So that housing code, that gives some personalities, very difficult by conception, right? By combining DNA and RNA. එහෙම නේද? Gene code again?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I correct? ඔයාලගෙන් අහන්න දැන් ඔයාලා කියලා දෙන්න ඕනේ
Yes,
මට.
genetically RNA DNA.
කොහමද how we are giving the birth for baby?
Men.
Different concepts which we extracted from the different disciplines to nourish or to enhance the discipline of organization behavior, right? That then if we consider about the social psychology, that is a blend, right? That is a blend of sociology and the psychology, the social psychology. So we relate to the societal behavior, that cognitive part, the mental side, mentality, or the cognitive side that we have to discuss under the social psychology. So that is specifically here also directly dealing with the group behavior, the social psychology. Then anthropology. So anthropology, as I said, that from the origination of the human beings and up to now, how they are dealing with the different societies, right? So those things, the different cultures, their values and attitudes, organizational environment, those things that we have to discuss, right? So then, if I ask you the question, how the different disciplines contribute to organizational behavior, so that you have to draw the like individual, group, and organizations, these different disciplines. So psychology is exactly dealing with the individual. If you consider about the sociology, group and the organization, and also again with the social psychology and anthropology, all the other disciplines, right? Most probably linked with the both levels. Right? So then you can explain with the topics that what which we are discuss on the individual. These are the topics. Group on the group. These are the topics. And organization. These. Then you can link. You can show the link. You can show the link with the different disciplines, right? So how different disciplines that contribute. Contribute. So this one better. This one actually goes to here. Make a product that you should have to. I already forgot to. So better the slides. You can shift to here, right? OB model. මේ මෙතන OB model එක ගාවට යන්න ඕන එකක් මේක. Right? මේ become so better rearrange this one. When I'm sharing the whole one, Yeah, I will do that. මේක ඔයගලන්ට ආව එක මේ slides දෙක උඩට දාගන්න. හොඳේ? මෙතෙන්ට. Because when I'm preparing the slide, only paste these things. මෙතන පොඩ්ඩක් මම මේ එතන Adobe model එක කියන තැනම මේක කියන්න ඕන. හරි? මේ inputs ටික. So I think now we already have good understanding. Good understanding about what sort of outcomes. If we consider about the individual level outcome, group level outcome, and organizational level outcomes. That is the elaboration, right? Above organizational model, right? This image actually I just show you with the different cultures. Here already have the topic, the culture. So by looking at this one, that you can imagine how different, how people differ, and that we already have different cultures against to those people. So likewise to give it a sort of explanation, so that okay. Yeah. Effectiveness එකට එතෙන්ටම යන්න ඕනේ. Right? The effectiveness එකට I have just this, right? So that outcomes. These outcomes ටික I පොඩ්ඩක් මෙතනින් elaborate කළා තියෙනවා. Individual outcomes මොනවද? Group level outcomes මොනවද? Organizational level outcomes මොනවද? Right? So okay. Then, so that at the last part of the today's session, that we have to discuss about the different challenges up to now, right? So up to now, do you have anything to clarify, students? Any doubts? So I already teach you about the what does mean by the organizational behavior, then the importance of organizational behavior, and then different definitions of organizational behavior, then the different organizational models, and different disciplines nourished by the organization. So then different levels as group, individual, and organization. So then before moving to challenges and opportunities, do you have anything to clarify?
Hello.
Yeah.
Previously we talked about the performance and the types of organizational performance and personal performance.
Yeah.
Within that, organizational performance are quantitative, and personal is mostly qualitative.
Yeah.
Within that, quantitative, the turnover and production.
So turnover also, that we can take both. How many things that we already
Yes, ma'am.
right. So then economic pressure, right? Then if we consider about the responding to So it has a issue. Right? Challenges and opportunities of organizational behavior. So why I put the name as challenges and opportunities. What does mean by yes, you know the challenges may be somewhat dreadful. So then opportunities is opposite to that. Then why I put it as the interchangeably like that challenges and opportunities. Do you have any idea? Anyone can try? So that may be actually the lies on the behold eye. What does mean by this behold eye? Behold behold eye. What does mean by this behold eye? So that means how we are looking for. Balana kenage kone tama. Balana kenage kone. So how we are looking at for that. If you think that it is a challenge, this challenge, yes, definitely that may be a challenge for you. But if you think that this is some sort of opportunity for us, this is some sort of opportunity for us, yes, that may be a opportunity. Say for example, that's practical example that if we concern about the COVID-19. COVID-19. Yes, that may be the big challenge for us. So, but most of the people already convert it as an opportunity. You know that even though that we also are facing for that challenge, so how many things that we already learn from that? Even the Zoom also, right? That the online learning. So otherwise, we already get used to do the physical lecture. So where you stay, that informally, Ampara, Candy, we all have to come to lectures there in Gappa. So now actually as a one sort of benefit that we already get used to do some sort of online lectures. So there are pros and cons, but you know that if we concern about something as a challenge, yes, that may be a challenge for us. But if we take it as an opportunity, then that may be a definitely opportunity for us. Right. So then that's why normally we just put it as the challenges or opportunities. A for me. That should be actually not an. Make a harina when oh, right? Opportunities for me. Like that, now how can we respond to economic pressure? So you know that there may be different things that like nowadays all the economies are changing, right? Rapidly changing. So then I already wrote a paper article also, maybe that you can visit that the morning for the newspapers, morning and Maubima, right? What are the challenges already faced due to this economic crisis? The employment challenges. Employment challenges which are facing due to this economic crisis, right? So then likewise, that we can. So there may be different bad times and in economy, right? That we can have understanding about the different quadrants in economic waves, economic waves thing, maybe, right? So that may be economic. This can be identified as economic expansions. Economic expansion. Then economic expansion. Here we identify economic boom. Economic boom. Boom. So here we call economic tough. Tough. Like ගොඩක් කලාවට මේක කියන recession. Economic recession or contraction. So now we are in which quadrant, which phase? Now we are in
Tough space.
we are facing
Contraction.
Tough space.
we are facing economic crisis, right? Economic recession. So that economic recession means in the terms of inflation maybe continuously increase, unemployment continuously increase, GDP rate continuously decrease, right? So economic boom means actually that is economy is in the peak. That means the inflation means very low, very unemployment very low, GDP is very high. So likewise, there may be different economic downturns and upturns, right? Our downturns and upturns, then the organizational behavior, the people, you know that how many, due to this economic crisis, how many organizations already closed down, stopped their operations, right? So then within the organization, they have to face for different difficulties, how they have to maintain the welfare facilities of the employees, well-being facilities of the employees. So they cannot, we all know about these taxing policies. Most of the workers cannot even survive. Right? The cost of living is very high. Then those are some. In human resource management perspective, then while maintaining economic, the organizational profit, how can we treat equally for the employees? That may be big issue, big challenge. Right? Understood?
Yes.
And then economic pressure, right? Then if we consider about the responding to our globalization, so then you know that being the whole world become a small village now. Whole world became a small village because that nowadays you know that maybe from 7 onwards, so many people come into your house. There may be most of the time nowadays the Tamil people. Then Tamil I think maybe Indians, maybe different people, maybe Hatay Dang to Perangan and different people come to your home, right, from the TV. So then likewise that there may be different cultures. Maybe sometimes that we have to work with the diversified workforce. And if you are joined to the multinational organization, maybe you also කලින් batch එකටත් කිව්වා මේක මම හිතන්නේ nowadays the you also can have good contribution, due to this globalization and the things that most of the foreigners will come to here to visit Sri Lanka. So they much favor, they very much favor to have some sort of Ayurvedic medicine. ගොඩක් අය එනවා ආයුර්වේද මෙඩිසින් ගන්නම. ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගාවට එන්නේ නැද්ද? Huh? Then you should have to do something to promote. ඒව මොනවා හරි promote කරන්න පොඩ්ඩක් කරන්න ඕන. So that you can have more income. As well as that may be indirectly contribute to the country. But you can do some promotion through different websites. Then different websites දාන්න පුළුවන්. Travel Sri Lanka වලටම ඔයගලන්ට පොඩි spam එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන්. Right? So even for the meditation also they are coming to have herbal bath, spa. That අර මොනවද කියන්නේ මේ මොනවද කියනවා නේද අර තෙල් බින්දුව වැටෙන්නේ ඔලුවට. What is that?
Shirodara. Thailadara.
Shirodara.
Shirodara. Shirodara. That may be, I think, that good solution for the stress, mental stress. එහෙම නේද? ඒක ගොඩක් හොඳයි කියන නේද mental stress වලට එහෙම.
Stress release.
Yes, ma'am.
So then likewise, right, you can use different techniques, right? So then you can take it as a challenge. And also that time that you have to know about how can we dealing with different workforce. දැන් එහෙම foreigners වත් එක්ක වැඩ කරනවා නම් කොහොමද වැඩ කරන්නේ? ඒකත් දැනගන්නවා. Different cultures. When we are working with different cultures. දැන් Iranians ලට එහෙම නම් අර ඉරානය අයට රයිට් කියලා පෙන්නන්නේ තංග ප්‍රින්ට් එක. අර මාපටැංගිල උඩට උස්සලා. හරි? ඒක සාමාන්‍ය මාපටැංගිල පිට් කියලා පෙන්නන්නේ අපේ නේද? මාපටැංගිල උඩට උස්සලා මේ රයිට් කියලා පෙන්නුවත් එහෙනම් වික්ටරි එකක් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඕකේ කියන එකක් තමයි UK USA කට්ටිය කියන්නේ. හැබැයි ඔක ඉරානියන්ස් වලට එහෙම පෙන්නුවොත් ඒගොල්ලන් කියන්නේ insulting. They feel that it's insulting. So then when we are dealing with the different workforces, there may be some cultural things, cultural mismatches. We have to learn those things also. That may be also some sort of difficult challenge. So with the different values and attitudes of the people, how we can manage those people. There may be different race, ethnicities, ethical groups, sex-wise they may be different, nationality-wise they may be different, then values and attitudes-wise they may be different. So then actually how can we manage? That also may be a challenge, right? Managing here also globalization and managing diversified workforce. Likewise said that මෙතනත් කියන්නේ globalization කියන තිතින් ඒකම තමයි. Foreign assignments වැඩි වෙනකොට different cultures ලා එනවා. මේකත් එතකොට so that also par with that. Right. Different age, sexual orientations. So already I gave this one with different age codes. මෙන්න මෙතනත් ඒක මම කතා කරනවා. Improving people. මෙතන outsourcing නෙමෙයි. Coping with temporariness. Right. Coping with temporariness කියන එකම තමයි මෙතනින් මේ දෙකම එකට යන්නේ. හරි? Here coping with temporariness කියන එක, then the managing workforce. මේකෙදිම කතා කරන්න පුළුවන්. Here we can talk this one. So different age codes. Different age codes. So do you have any idea about the different workforce, age codes in the workforce? The workforce again, basically we can identify basically we can identify three workforces, right? Called baby boomers. The workforce in currently. Are there any students who cannot understand Sinhala? Or Samahara Sinhala? All right. So the baby boomers, Gen X, Gen Y. Do you have any idea about these different age codes? Anyone? Anyone? Then lamai tika innawada?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. So already Vasanta, Anga, Surangi, Sudashi. So no one responding. So much the name already received because they already most of the those soldiers already the people or the workers identified as baby boomers already participated for the World War, right? So after finish that World War, they already back to their homes and leisurely spend their free time and give more births, give more births to babies. So that's why we identify that age cohort as baby boomers, right? Understood?
Yes, madam.
Right? So baby boomers. Then if we consider about the X generation means nearly the like 50 now that in the age of 50, 40, 45, 50 to 60 likewise. And then if we concern about the attitudinal differences of these groups, maybe totally differ. For the Y generation, for the Y generation, there are a lot of names. The millennials. We call make a Danaganna Monogalanta Chara Date. Millennials. Millennials, we call them gig workers. GIG, gig workers. Did you have about the word gig economy? Gig economy is no, that gig economy. Gig workers. Gig workers කියන. ඊළඟට මේගොල්ලන්ට අපි කියන දැන් බස්වර්ඩ් එකක් තමයි freelancers. ඒක අහලා තියෙනවා. freelancers ලා. ඊළඟට මේගොල්ලන්ට කියන contingent workers ලා කියන. contingent workers ලා. ඊළඟට මේගොල්ලන්ට කියනවා temporaries කියලා. temporaries. So why is that? RIEs. So what does mean by this gig workers generation? Why can I accept millennials, freelancers,